did it. Did not have, for some reason, I have Wi-Fi on. We're working right about here. Can't really see that, so. If I could, it would be a better color, but oh well. You know what? I bet you that, all right, my short USB-C cord can reach from where it's at, and it's plugged in, it's charging. All right. So I can keep my phone. That's a 45 watt. And that's the charger brick's as big as my phone. This thing right here. Thrift store find, right? It was in a bag. Paid like $2-3. I have a couple other different ones. I have one that's always in my usual set. And that's where that pink phone is. Right below that is a little charger brick. If I find them, they're just great. If they can still hold a good charge, if they can last months and months and months and months without needing a recharge, that's good. A couple bucks, just backup battery, backup juice. Speaking of, I saw on here, updated today at 3:34. Let's go a couple hours later and see. 6 o'clock, 72 degrees, 65. That changed quick. But it's definitely better. Couple more days in the 30s, and that's about it. And actually, I just said to my wife before she went back up, like, mother effer. Instead of, I was in the living room there, and I want to go here. Oh, it's starting to get chilly now. That's what I said. All right, so this tablet is fully charged. Got one on here, get the chat up. And that is those. So today, I moved a bunch of stuff around, so I put this towel down. Found my bag of sterling silver. My mom had it for the longest time. Like right after we moved up here, almost 6 years ago, she came up here and just moved a bunch of stuff around. Like, I got a small bag with some sterling. I don't find a lot in my ventures. Haven't really come across much of any. I mean, it's rarer come across sterling just randomly for the value for what it's going to be, what you're going to pay, and I mean, you can always invest and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to pay $10 for this, and in 10 years it'll be worth $20 or something. But let's see if. So this is not today. So like it like that where it's easy to read it when I need it. Because then I'm just looking at myself too much. Right there. I'm going to move that anyhow. Because I gotta get this big old tub of stuff that's coming apart. So I'll just get some of this bigger stuff. This is an old vintage bird feeder. And I got it, and it had the bottom. And I don't know what happened to the bottom. So if you put bird food in there, it's going to pour right out. So I don't know what where that's at. And you can find bird feeders at thrift stores all day, you know, all the time for a couple bucks. So I'm going to get this aluminum. This is all aluminum. That's probably steel, but all this is all aluminum. Aluminum or brass or a zinc aluminum. Let's do this first. So I got to get this whole bin. All right. I'll let gravity work with me. We'll just take it to the ground. I'll throw it to the ground. It's Andy Samberg there, right? The thumbnail picture. You can open up another tab and find my page and see the thumbnail. That's what I'm going through. Now, I'll give a little story and an explanation behind most of them. These included, so I'm going to do these first. So I have my other bin. Where's my other one at? For all the other metals. Damn it. I got trash. I have a steel bin. And I need, you know what? For the smaller metals, I'm going to use this. These. Those. This ones. Here's my a little bit of sterling. Silver dime. Chunk of the sterling that's in these old handles. Have this plaster in it. That's not sterling, that is gold, but I believe it is. I don't think it's magnetic. If it is, and you know, I've got problems with that. But even that part's not. Oh, it has a tag. I'm not going to bother because I'm not doing anything with this stuff really. Old watch band. All sterling watch band. I mean, I'm not making money right now on this, so I'm not actively I'm not actively looking for anything to micro scrap, really. This is just stuff that's been around, and I thought I was watching a couple micro scrapping, well, one primarily, but other micro scrapping channels, and like, oh, dude, I could do that. Here we are. I am going to need this other bin for these other metals. So I have two of these type of bins. One that's holding steel. And one's going to hold the other metals. This, I got three of these. Well, I have three of these, which are cast aluminum, but I think that right there, that is an aluminum weld. But it's cast, that's all cast aluminum. That works. Maybe I put the other metals in there and put the trash in one of those bins. So these were listed, and I don't think it'll be worth it to try to break that off, because that's going to be hammered. There's no way I'm going to be able to break that off. I mean, it feels like it's definitely going to be a steel composite. So this will go in other metals. Bought these things years ago. There was no date stamp, so it's been. I know I got them shortly after we moved up here, and that was almost 6 years ago. And they're like a Hinckley or something. And Hinckley, the brand, a lot of their stuff sells well. These were like a carriage or a lantern or however I had them described, just up forever. And it's almost to a value point would be somebody's going to pay $100 and they're going to get them, be like, I don't like them. They're going to return it. To where now I'm going to be out everything. You know, it's like if they were really, really that much in demand, I think I paid $20 maybe. I'm going to get maybe $10. Not even. Going to get, it might be with the aluminum. There's not much copper, but I'm going to get something out of them. Brass screws. Brass is different than aluminium. Sterling. That's different than aluminum too. A lot. So, just needing to consolidate, move more stuff around, get a little more organized for, this year at least. Not just me, but in-house here, and get stuff more moved around and get rid of all the stagnant stuff. I'm not using it, and if it was whichever, just not, if it's here and if it has no purpose, meaningful, direct use or memory or something that's going to be, I mean, that's got to be at least 10, 12 ounces. And then you add that to this, it's at least a pound. So if there's 3 of those, I don't know, that's probably $6, $7 in aluminum. I don't know aluminum, maybe $2 a pound, maybe a little more. I don't know what the prices are. I haven't sold anything yet. We got that whole bin to go through. Oh yeah, so all of this right here, that's got to be well over a pound. Well over a pound. So I definitely got something back out of it. When I go to sell all this, that's steel. Brass. Steel. I go right there. Steel, brass. So I'm not doing this to get rich. I'm just again, it's just stuff that was just sitting around. Stuff I had and whichever. I mean, anyone can just go walk around their house and find anything that's got a circuit board, runs on batteries, made of metal, plugs into the wall, anything. And if it's junk to you, separate the metals, and you're going to get more money. You don't even have to trade it in then. You can just keep it where it's at and just take it down some other time. But I'm doing this because it's the stuff that's sitting around, and I'm mostly always been that type of consolidate, condense. I want to say minimalist, but so those are spotted in there. I'd love to get all the brass, but I don't think that's going to happen. I like to get what I can, for sure. But these are like that rivet right through that brass, or right through the ceramic. Without breaking it, and which would probably be the easiest, but for that amount of brass, let's see. Oh, no. So that's something I will just take those outside. I will just smash them. At least get that brass out of there. Might as well. I'm going to do anything else really with my time. Not steel. That's steel. Maximize your return. I must say I didn't pay for this stuff. It's all, most of it's sunk cost. A handful of these things are actually from the trash, from the dump stuff. This is not. This we've had for a while, but the bottom's missing. So if you put birdseed in it, it's just going to pour right out. But all this, it's all aluminum. And yep, steel screw, aluminum. That's aluminum too. All right. So that one came out okay. That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Oh. Wow. That's aluminum too. Nice. All right. And that's strong. It's, you know what? I bet you that's coated copper. Well, it's not steel. It is very hard to bend, but there is no. You're going in as copper. That's my, because it's heavy for what it is. Steel. Get the different ones here. And this, for this one, all I gotta do is break that. What's that? There it goes. Aluminum. We got 3 people. I have a tablet over here. With me watching my stream so I can see the chat. Now let's just get all this other stuff on here first. So I lose aluminum. That's why they use aluminum, so it doesn't rust. Okay, but that could probably. Let me try something. While it's still a little bit light outside. So I need more space for this stuff. But I'm alive to tell the story. So that turned out how I wanted it. To break that old plastic off. That's pretty heavy, actually. That's, I mean, it's all the same price, but it's heavy for the size. Some more aluminum, steel, steel, and that. Those ones are a little bigger. Got this thing here, just steel, a lantern light. One of those things runs on a battery. Sitting around doing nothing, hasn't been using forever. Better be out of the way and gone, because it's just one big cube. It's taking up space. It's doing nothing. Yep. Those are better. Steel as well. I'll say, do they really have a lock nut on that? Yeah, steel. They are lock nuts, actually. Wow. Well, since this is a lock nut, short, and there's a lot of bolts that take, that are that thread. I don't have any lock nut nuts, so may as well keep what I can. But we see steel, more steel. Now this, I think probably be able to crush down. But and this is just a circuit board and some brass. I mean, I'm going this far, might as well keep going. Oh no, are they really? They are. Wow. All right. Yeah. All right. Those are steel. So worry about that. Those little brass contacts of some sort. Got this remote from the trash today. And I also got 4 PlayStation games. Burnout, I Play 2 for PS2. The other one was like a brand something like Bass Pro Shops or something. But they were in the trash. They hold no good resale value. That is all stuff that's going to go to the exchange in July. Not like that. Well, this is going to be this little circuit board. But it was in the trash. So it's free to me. Could be a brass screw or a brass spring. I don't know. Another spring in there. That's trash. That is steel. That's going to be copper. No? No. Yep, steel. Brass and copper ends. Let's find out first. No, they're steel actually. Well, get over here. Wow. All right. It is what it is. These are brass in here, it looks like. Those are, yes. Springs, no. That's a little brass. That's a little trash. And some other miscellaneous little oscillator in here. The switch. That's just going to go circuit board, and we'll just go on copper. One little spring. Cool coffee grinder thing. Still has coffee in it. I asked my wife about it. I was like, hey, are you really going to use this? And if anything, they only cost a couple bucks. You know, $3 to $5 in a thrift store. didn't really want to do that, but there's going to be a spring mechanism in there. Get these longer screwdrivers. Could have used my multi-tool. No. No. There it is. There's another circuit board. Go in there. Looks like do that, and then get that out. And break this. That'll come out like that. And you almost feel like you want to move freely, because I'm trying to figure out how to just get in here to open it up. There's no screws anywhere. I bet you if I get down below here, little collar. There you go. Couple contact on that. So probably fusion welded on there. This probably isn't. No. Actually, some of this is actually bare copper. Yeah, so I gotta cut it anyhow. I'll cut the wire. Probably get these plugs off. My big motor and all that other stuff in there. Oh, I gotta cut this first. Right. Got most of one. It should be. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I still didn't even really go through the storage because I want to bring a bunch of stuff like shipping supplies and all that. Bring that stuff in here and make room out there to store more other stuff with the okay. So let's get this stuff up all of my eyeballs. Those little crimp-ons. Most of those tips are brass. And those can't be cramped on that good. But they aren't. Oh well. And that's just another circuit board with a little IC on it. Or plastic. Little switch. Small IC, sort of contacts in this. Most likely. I wonder. I doubt it. No? Okay. They're going to make that plastic just strong enough. Let's see here. I doubt it. Well, that's spinning everything. Huh. All right. Find where one thing starts, find where another thing ends. Don't know where you're going, don't know where you've been. And that's a little safety cutoff. Brass. Nice little chunky motor. For a small appliance that we weren't using anymore. Yeah, I figured that'd be stainless. If stainless to brass is what I was thinking. You know, but kind of a silver brass. Yeah, I don't want to tinker with that as scrappable. I have very little like mixed or dirty. I'm trying to get everything. That way I can learn. To learn about this micro scrapping. You know, who am I talking to? Myself. And try to strip this down a little. I mean, I'm going to do like the complete teardown, but enough to where it'll be able to be more easily consolidated. So this whole bin, actually, I mean, I have the circuit boards in here, but there's a lot of USB cables, a lot of just extra nonsense stuff. So forget where I have these at. I mean, they will just go in with motors, I guess. Might be able to get some of it off, but at some time, I mean, I could save a bunch of these. But I'm not cashing any of this stuff out. You know, it's who knows when. But it's just fun to do, and it's stuff that I had, and may as well. I mean, it would all be of either zero value in the trash, or because I know you can get like a hammer and a machete and stuff, and slice this to where this slice is open, and then you can peel these back. Those aren't quite connected in there, but that's I don't know the exact value of what it is for these value wise. Um, there's gonna be brass on there. So these I'm just gonna consider, other metal. Probably I might be able to pull those up. There's enough brass on that for it to be that. Those are plastic. I guess. Well, that's good enough for the steel. And then there's a brass fitting in here. I think is what I did. I think I started these, and then I did a smash on that, and it came out easier. So now it needs taken apart more. This one might be, because that's pretty thin. I might be. I'll try that other one. Wow, that is steel. That's kind of a waste time. Maybe this other one is. It's a different color, but it looks like it. Let's see. Steel. What a load. What a look at that guy. What a load. That sucks. At least for that. But springs are brass. Yeah. It's a quadruple awesome win. I just don't want to leave that there. And crack the screen. That's a little better. Live. Ooh, wait. Playbacks out of 480. Yeah, let's get that down. Go data saver, I guess. All you gotta do is see the question over here. Or the comment or whatever, and I'm waiting. This, the picture frame that got, I don't know, after we moved here, shortly after, and then I was like, you know, it's gonna be a cool picture frame for stuff. And I already took the backing of the glass out. That's all in a different box. I was prepping. I'm like, you know what? If we're just never going to use it, how much? You know, you could find cool picture frames all over in every single store. So it's not like any of the stuff that I'm going through was really in use, and you know, I know that all this stuff can be found again. Maybe not the exact one, but it doesn't matter. It's like it's just a cool picture frame sometime. But I have a feeling this is all brass. This handle might be aluminum. But there's a lot of, that is steel. Those are all steel. That better not be steel. I mean, I'm still going to strip the middle off just because it's better than just throwing it away. Now it sounds aluminum. It's light. If it was brass, I mean, it sounds aluminum. But it's still a different metal. And there that one goes. It's a shame those are steel. But what's taking this apart for another minute? How much is it worth to not take it apart? How much is it worth to take it apart? Well, it's worth about 2 pennies to take it apart. Well then, by the time I finish this entire example, I'm pretty much already done taking it apart. So was it worth it? No, it was worth more than it was if I didn't. Plus, these are cool little. I mean, if they were brass, that'd be much better. I know it'd be a lot of brass, but it'd definitely be worth more than steel. Plus, who takes just the handle? Who takes just the handle off a picture frame like this and uses? It just leaves everything else. No, man. If you're taking something, do it all. Yep, all steel. Besides that, which has the feel and the sound of aluminum. Aluminum monogus. So some more of these. There's that one. Got a bunch of USB cords and earbuds. Portable battery thing. Old vintage, probably 1960s clock. Bits and pieces of just solid brass. Something aluminum. These screws right here are brass. Comes a train for all nobody watching. Well, I'm not going to do that for that other one. And I think that those were steel anyhow. Because I don't see any of the others. Yeah. Steel. Brass. Brass. Aluminum. Aluminum. Like that DJ Khalid. Aluminum. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Those ones again. Tear those apart outside. brass wall plates. So these are the ones that we have in here. And I bought a bag of wall plates at a thrift store right after we moved here. Like $8. And you had a whole bunch of them. And then we were missing out. I need some more. So I ordered some more. And I actually got a bunch more that were in like a small variety lot. Those are the ones that are... I mean, we're not going to use them when we move next. Then they're getting something else. I mean, whenever we move, the sooner the better. But find another one of these. It feels like it has my batteries in it. Yep. That's definitely empty. And I already took apart like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of these before. My first or second one. Steel. I'm sure if you're selling like really, really fine brass and stuff, and whoever you're selling to notices like, oh, that's not really, it's got a little bit of steel on it. My understanding is you want to make it as clean as you can. Yeah, those are steel. That's trash. That is. Which sucks. Because you want brass. So that's how I'm just going to go on as one. quick work of that one. What else? Got this remote, which went to the Eden Pure type portable heater, electric heater. And it stopped working during the time when our entire furnace stopped working, during the time when up here it was 0 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, I guess. Yeah, that's basic contact board. Steel. So that'll just stay on there like that. I mean, there's a bunch of cable cords. Take those apart, and take these things apart. These are made by a really good brand called Cree, and so I don't know what that plate is. It tracks to that, but it doesn't track. Oh, it does. Okay, so that's steel. So let's just see if I can. There we go. At least got something out of that. And I got a couple more of these, but they work good, but they take 3 AA's, and the Eneloops are great batteries, but they just stay on. And I took the remote apart for it a while ago. There's that, and that's just going to be a surface mount board. An IC. I don't know if this battery compartment can come up. Probably can't because of that. But I might be able to. All right, so that's trash. Let's take this one apart. This is cool, like lenses, refractors, whatever they're specifically called. Two are soldered. And 2 have flappy flaps. Fucking steel anyhow. Damn it, man. It's just going to be a big ass circuit breaker for no reason. I guess since they have to come out. Really wasn't worth it for all that. But, said it before, it is better than just throwing away the steel. I'm already here taking the stuff apart. All these little electronics, man, and no good brass battery connectors. This thing here doesn't work anymore. Well, I didn't realize I had all you guys here. Thanks for all 6. I'm just here talking to myself. Micro scrapping, because I can. Something to do, and it pays for itself. The time comes when that was probably a bad idea for that, right? That's a measuring tape. I mean, it's not going to stay in that how it should. Surely isn't. And it's not worth much of anything. That's probably steel anyhow. Yeah. I just threw away my even though it's going in steel, I don't want it to just like completely unwind and just be all over the place. And it's trash, actually. It's not enough steel to worry about. Oh, cool. A brass header on that laser. See, now I know. It's like one of those, like, all right, now I want to go find some laser pointer stuff. Anything that has a laser. And this one just looks like you just peel the circuit board right out. Looks like it. Yep. This little piece of brass, unexpected brass. Couple more. That's steel, that's wire. That's wire, that's steel. Go back like that. Oh, we got someone in here. Is there a night? You can think of it as if you get it for free, and if you don't mind taking things apart, you're going to get money for the metal. No matter when you go to turn it in, you're going to get money for the metal. Is the money worth the metal? You got it for free, and you're not making a living doing it, so it's more like a hobby. Some, yeah, copper, gold, and silver. I got my little bag of sterling right here. Copper, gold, silver are all up, and then a lot of the rarer metals, but even aluminum and brass. Brass is like $3 a pound. I don't know what country you're at, but brass is like $3 a pound. So if you spend 4 or 5 hours taking part separating brass and aluminum and copper and circuit boards, and some circuit boards can go for $200, $300, $400 a pound. Board Sort is a company. So I mean that's all completely subjective, but to me, and I said it in some of my earlier videos when I streamed, and I have a small playlist of this. Like I'm just investing in my future. This is stuff that was just sitting around, don't need anymore. Consolidating whatever, and I've had bins. I've gone through like 6 or 7 30-gallon bins already, and then maybe not 30-gallon, like 20-gallon bins. And there's actually I have drawers down here, stuff that this right here. That's probably 60 pounds of all non-ferrous, so everything not steel. I took apart like an Eden Pure, and I just tore that remote apart. That was the remote for it. And I took that thing apart, but it took a while to take apart. But I ended up with this is almost 2 pounds of solid copper right here. And 4 pieces, 2 pounds of that. So 2 pounds is like $12. It took at least, I've never taken one apart before. It was like 2 hours. That doesn't include the transformers. That doesn't include the aluminum. This was from, that was in it too. Doesn't include that. I mean, that's not worth much. It's like 20 cents, but still. The motors and the transform and all that stuff. I mean, I probably ended up with $15 to scrap one of those. It took a little while. So is that profit worth it? And this. Then I have a whole other box down here. This is bigger. Non-ferrous, doesn't weigh as much. But this is copper and wires. I'm sorry. So this is all copper and wires and little motors, stuff I've taken apart. All kinds of little transformers in here. Another circuit board, which actually, because this has a big ass transformer on it. Or, I mean, it has a transformer for the side of its board. And more just copper. So, I mean, I went crazy on answering your question, but to some, yeah. To me, it was stuff that was sitting around that I had absolutely wasn't doing with it, anything with it. It was broken. It was stuff that I had listed on eBay. And if you don't know, I sell physical media on eBay, 6 figures, selling physical media, books, CDs, and DVDs. So long story behind all that. To answer your question, it all depends. But you're going to get money after you separate the metals, and you'll get more money than you would if you just threw it away, or if you just sold it as scrap. So if you don't make if it's not your full-time gig, yeah, tear it apart, have fun. That's what I'm doing. This thing here, I just found that again. It's fine, I just found this again, and I plugged it in, and it ran for like a day. And that was it. I wonder, I don't feel one right there. So I hope that answered your question. Depending what you need the money for. So let's go into a weak point. This. And then as I take this stuff apart and I learn on what my first time taking something apart, is it ultimately, again, would it be worth my while if I find out again? Well, chances are, yeah, because I got it for free, and now I already have experience in taking them apart. But would I take apart coffee makers? Probably not. If they were free, yeah, cut the cord and get that little board, and a little board like this, may as well just toss it in mix. I mean, you're gonna make 20 cents, but they're a pita. Not really a pita. It's just not the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So I have this battery in, so I got a little container over here from all these old button batteries or different types of batteries like this. Now you're just going to take them up to one little recycle place. I don't know who. Best Buy, I guess, right? That's definitely a plastic. So all that's going to do is just take that, but that's going to be a surface mount board. So yeah, this is like a bug light. So bugs just fly into it and zippy zap themselves. But I'm not going to bother with all that. Wow. So, I mean, that's all pressed plastic on it. That's going to be a pain in the ass to take off. Unless it has little screws, it probably does. It does. So why do you want to be that? Oh, wow. Camouflage in there. See? That's why. Look at that. That's a nice little chunk of electronics right there. So this would have been worth 5 cents in just like a regular scrap shred pile. Well, that's going to be on circuit board anyhow. Felt like I could. Last thing I don't want. about making... Well, so I don't know how much you jump on YouTube and find other scrapping channels. I don't even know where you're located. I just started micro scrapping. I mean, I'll be 50 in a couple of years, right? So, but I do fairly, good enough with selling physical media. See, this thing is, and where are we going? Oh, so if you need like information and channels that'll help break down more stuff to digest, ingest, if you will. There's a channel where I got inspired from to do this. It's called Scrap It All. His name is James. He just posted a video today about using vinegar and citric acid to make different wire types. But he's a great person to go to learn about the micro scrapping this. If you have time to go to different dumpsters and actually dumpster dive, then there's no shortage of standard dumpster diving YouTubers. But the micro scrapping, the one I watched and I like is James at Scrap It All. So this has a little. So when I break down these circuit boards and stuff, much later on when I go to actually start trading, who knows? It could be 3-4 months or a couple years. I'm just taking this stuff apart now, investing in my future. Do it now, while it's worth less, because in the future it'd be worth more. But for me, I had this stuff. I sold on eBay for a long time. I mean, I'm not like living a huge. I just paid almost 50 grand for implants and a full mouth, and that started a year and a half ago. But same thing to go in line with your comment. Extra money, that's what this is. It's just extra, just setting it aside. But the amount of space that all these things, that these circuit boards and wires were in, all the amount of space, you can consolidate it all down to like this and just have boxes of it and just get to it later. Process it down more in your free time. Let's put this like that. I'm in Kentucky, Ohio. Matter of fact, I think James Scrap It All is from down there in that general vicinity. I'm up in northeast Ohio, Mentor, so east of Cleveland by about 20 minutes, depending on which route you want to take. This here, I believe is steel. Oh, I can actually take that. I really don't want that. I'm not going to do that. There we have this thing, which really weighed this entire bin down. So this is the battery booster pack. So I generally started this YouTube December of 24. So, I mean, it was even so bad that my first micro scrapping, I had a bunch of these big screwdrivers, some smaller ones, and this to cut cables and stuff. So I went to Tractor Supply, which you may know down there, and I bought like some of these really small, cheap ones. And guess what? It doesn't work instantly, but it works. So I got like 5 tools for $11. I'm like, well, that's better than the shit I got. As soon as you get past these cables, everything else is just a small side snip. And this is probably the biggest thing I've dealt with as for scrapping wise. My brother's an electrician, steel electrician for 30 plus years, 35 years. And what do I do with the other one? It's right there. So he's got all these tools, so I'll ask him when I head down there in the summer, be like, hey, and he's down by the blimp hangar. I'm born and raised in Kent, Ohio. Went to Kent State. My brother's down there. My sister's down in Summit. My other sister's over in Parma, West Side. My dad is down by Board Sort. It was not too far from there. The company that you sell like circuit boards and stuff to. There's a generic introduction. And I say that because I can't say I've ever seen your... Can't say I've ever seen your name. I'm going to get a long Phillips. My bag of long screwdrivers over here. Oh, it's right here. I even know well, I haven't talked to her, just internet. I still haven't talked to her in a while. I don't remember where she's at down in Kentucky. So when I used to play Star Trek Fleet Command. Never put any money in it. I played a lot. Actually, shortly after it launched. 2018, 2019, around there. Nice plastic. Good switch. Battery. Works just as well, I suppose. Put this now. Brass and copper. Take that apart in a minute. When I get this battery up and out of here, take that apart, crack that open. There's that. There's right there. There's that. I wasn't expecting to have to use a socket set on this. That. All right. Just let that aside. So one of my other subscribers, a couple of them, I forget who they are. One is from the Kentucky where Colonel Sanders, Shelby, something like that. That's where he lives. Oh, no, he is, what's his name? Well, he is one of my subscribers. He also sells physical media. And he's down that area. But I forget where that other girl was I was talking about. I forget where she's at. I'd have to scroll back on Facebook messages. I probably don't have anymore. Oh yeah, I'm not too far. I mean, born and raised an hour south of here. Pretty much lived most of my life up in this general area, and I lived down in the Pittsburgh area for a handful of years. But predominantly the past 18 out of the past 20 something. Okay. That's not that. So I have to deal with that later. Get all the screws on it. But I mean, if something like this interests you and taking stuff apart, I mean, I recommend having the right bins and small containers to hold stuff and only do the process once, maybe twice. Because then off of this, and then I have to go in and separate the boards, and I have the time. But if you're trying to utilize, and if you have a lot of stuff and you're trying to utilize your time for profit, yeah, I would watch like Scrap It All and Thub 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 Print. He's in Canada, and there's Mike the Scavenger, Scrap and Pallet Guy. There's all kinds of like ones that do more specifically melting metals. Like they'll get a whole bunch of, and they'll just use a kiln and they'll melt themselves 80 pounds of aluminum. Big Stack is one. I don't have anything like that. I just find it, I was like, you know what? This stuff is, I have it, and I'll get more out of it if I take it apart than I will if I throw it away. And I bet you I can find more in the trash. So these are little MOSFETs, and they have silver in them. Most of them do. There's going to be gold within all that. Or maybe it's this the brass back, or I forget. But that will just go in mixed circuit boards, and when sometime I'll fine tune that. It's just all part of the processing. I'm way too new at this to have the appropriate tools, the appropriate exact knowledge. But I started because I listened to somebody else. And this right here, these IC chips, I don't remember, like $16 or $20 a pound. It takes a lot to get enough. Most of everything else, I mean, yeah, most of everything else, there's probably copper or silver in here, but there's going to be gold in this. Most of these capacitors, they're good. 1, 2, 3, 4 band resistors. 5 band would be better. So, but there's people who micro scrap that. I'm just going on and on because that's what I do when people ask questions, and I will give you what information I can. And if you want to do something like this to make extra money, I'll keep talking because I will lead you in places that'll learn. And you know, if you want to sell physical media, CDs, DVDs, books, that I've been selling for decades. And I primarily sell physical media, and it's $100K a year for me. So if you want to learn a little bit about that, subscribe to the channel, because I make videos every single day about this is what I bought, this is what sold, this is why, and this is why. And if you like 6 figures for 30 hours a week of work, stick around and learn. I don't sell courses, but I will say stuff that if you learn from it, awesome, because that's going to benefit you. So I'm going to yank this straight off. This brass. It's going to be a lot easier. But at risk, no, I'm going to lose way too much. So brass is like $2, $3 a pound. Now, so copper, I don't know hypothetically exactly what it is everywhere all the time, but copper is like $6 a pound. So you could sell shielded stuff. You could sell stuff that has like these little things on it. But the cleaner you keep it, to where even this, I might be able to just slice this down. But the value of what I'm going to get from insulated copper to whatever other next grade up would be from this, time-wise, it wouldn't be worth it. But who knows? This is what I'm just doing right now. I'm keeping every single screw, every single nut, every single bolt, everything. If it's metal, and can make money on it. So you probably could, you could keep these ends on there, and you can get a little more money for the copper. The totality because of that little bit of added weight. But you could take that little bit of weight out and get a little less and be respectable about it. Like, well, I know this isn't copper. I'm not going to try to skimp somebody. I don't think either way. What do I know? I'm just a micro scrapper. Well, I play one on YouTube at least. But I mean, who knows? And I may just carry boxes of this stuff around with me for 10 more years. Someone's like, I don't care if it's separated or not. I'll buy it for premium. Cool. I got a whole bunch. So that's, I mean, it doesn't feel like aluminum. It's strong like a brass or a copper, but it's lightweight. That's where it's going. All right, so all that hardware was all steel. And if you have a YouTube channel, Dub, come over and subscribe to mine and leave a comment. I'll sub to yours. I like doing that for smaller channels. Oh, really? Why is that? So is it worth it if you got the free time to take stuff apart and go out and go find metals in the trash or what have you? Yeah, I mean, I would like to think so. Now, those scrappers would have just taken this little transformer and just thrown it in like a transformer, like dirty transformer or whatever. I don't know the exact term. But most of those scrappers, they go out every day to find this stuff. This junk that I've had. Well, if it's just going to break like that, I'll just fucking cut it. That's solid brass. Brass-a-roni. These are brass too. They're definitely in there a little different. I bet you. Just do this. I'm gonna say you better be brass with all that. I mean, it is. Should be for what its job, its purpose. Well, I'll just go in like that. That's trash. Trash, trash. Classic smaller things. Yeah, it's just steel. It's so this goes in with this actually. It has a USB end. And that's wire. These wires are going to add up fast. It's quite simple. That should just come right on out. And it goes in as board, 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 brass, steel, trash. Take this thing apart. See what's underneath this thing. Definitely, this is all brass, whatever that is. No, solid fucking steel. Shows what I know, huh? Zamboni. Aha. Yeah, it was just one of them. Just one of them. Two of a kind. That one too. Brass. Brass monkey. I don't know what that is. Goes in with board. Trash. Steel. Trash. That is a switch. I'll just put that in board for now. This is a. Probably get it right there. So an old, not even a fob. I mean, it's still a fob, but just a circuit board for this thing. No IC chip, button battery that'll need to be tested. And if it's no good, recycle it. Those are probably steel. That's likely brass. Well, I mean, I can see the contact for it. Well, is it all steel? That is at least. Miller River. All that junk space I saved. This thing here, but this thing comes apart. Well, there's a weak point right there with all those old buttons. Weak point right there. I mean, they probably are. Yeah, there we go. Little detachment screws. Don't have my flashlight to know what size they are. I don't know, there's two right there. Wow. Those. Just a bit more. No. I mean, it's not held on by much. And I can't see what type of screws down in there. It's probably a Phillips. So this is not one solid piece. I can guarantee you that. Yep. Yeah, those look like 5-point. 5-point star. That's not even it. I don't think these are it. And if I just gotta snap this apart, I'll just snap the thing apart like I just did. I really makes things this size. You want to try to take them apart, I guess. Learn their secrets. And that's just not going to pan out well. Do it like that. That moves quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, I really don't see where. Besides those, which are little 5-points, and I could have sworn I had one for that. And it's just a little, it's just so small. All you got to do is get a little bit threaded out of, just use any of these little bits. Just get a little bit threaded out. To do with you later. These part. These are not that challenging. I did those before. All right, onward to better pastures. So, take these apart here. I mean, this isn't really going to help any. It's just going to get it out of the way. So if I get in here, snap that plastic, I don't think I'll be able to easily. their screws. Okay, that works. Okay, so here's the next thing. Ah, so all I'm missing is a steel spring. I'm not worried about that. I mean, yeah, it's steel. Yeah, it's definitely not intended for that. All right, one piece of that. Now that I know that saves a lot of potential time right there. Oh, those are steel. Wow. I would not have thought that by any means. Okay. Well, I'm not going to bother about trying to get all that little bit off of that. Surprising. Things that people who are new to this line of hobby don't know. Sometimes it could be this, sometimes it could be that. A little bit of this. What we got here? Steel. Oh yeah, I wonder what it'd be like to kind of take this lighter apart. You see this all the time. I don't smoke anymore. But you see this all the time to take like the. There we go. Well, it's steel so far. Yeah, I bet it's just all steel. I don't think that they put any expensive type metals in this, besides like brass or. For that. So let's see what metals. So that is a little bit of brass. Yeah, a little bit of brass and aluminum. At least for those parts. Steel, 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 and flint. So, unless you can process a whole bunch of lighters at one time, it's It's really not worth it. I have this old clock I've had for a while. I had it listed for many years. I got it down to like 22 bucks. Probably costs $8 to ship. Somebody's going to get it, be like, hey, it's got a ding on it I don't like. And they return it. I'm not dealing with that. And so I just took it down. And like, it's had plenty of time to sell for good money. But 20 something for all the costs and headache and everything. Nope, I got something to take apart. Whew. So old 1950s copper. This will. I hate trying to get those things off. Copper. Steel. Yeah, he's one of these old plugs like that. With a copper. I mean, this is just a an insulated copper wire. I mean, it's not much, but it's better. I thought those were screws on there, but wow. All right, steel. Steel electrical prongs. No wonder why shit caught on fire back then. So old school piece of curved glass. That other glass stuff. It's a shame. I'll have to check on that. See if I can separate So this is going to be pretty cool. It's an old Thomas electric mantle clock. Thomas was a big... I used to sell a lot of the fireplace mantle clocks. But I just don't deal with that stuff anymore. Instead of just tossing this in tin shred or whichever, you know, I have different... Get the steel and then all the other metals separated. Well, at least get it all separated from the steel. And just keep little containers of it. Let it add up. This one should be an easy fix. Oh yeah, clear that problem. So that looks like that's copper. Yeah, this is a whole freaking clockworks in here. And all these little micro gears. That one's steel. That one's steel. That's steel, but it has that's all going to be steel. I mean, the smaller gears are brass, but it's just not enough meat on that bone for this. That's brass. Brass or copper. Feels and looks like copper. There we go. That's a good one. That's steel. Those are not. Steel. Yeah, that juice is not worth that squeeze. That one's pressed in there. And that can't be that is that solid fucking steel. Yeah, most of that is. Alright, well. These are not. Probably aluminum. They're light. I want something. These. Oh, those are breast washers. I at least got a couple things out of that. Now, still not done. This. Steel. Brass. Steel monkey. No, there is no way. That is. But that is pressed on there, which is not going to come off with my ease. So, steel. Steel. Aluminum, steel. Okay, the point of this is just kind of look at this and see if I can get it apart. Look at the coolness. Where have we been going? There ain't no way. This is only going for 36 minutes. There's no way. If so, cool beans. That's only a few things to go through. All right. Let's get this. There's a hose. Outside garden hose wand thing. I don't know where I got this. I think maybe my mom brought it over or something. What I want to do, first off, it's aluminum, and the rod, not quite sure. I mean, it could be brass. It's either I'm gonna guess aluminum. Because of the color, the ease to kind of bend it. We don't have anything but doing this. Yeah, that's gotta be. It might be copper, but it's too light for that. Now, regardless of how I do this one, it's still not going to be clean, and I really don't have the room to hold a chunky chunk of aluminum like that. And after I get, because that plastic's going to be on it, and aluminum really just isn't worth that much. And I already have the brass head for it. Circuit board. Getting this. A lot of these cables are just gonna be quick clips and brass ends and stuff. Box of circuit boards. Another thing needs taken apart. Yeah, because there was like 6. Oh, really? Okay, now this thing's just gonna pop apart. I mean, you already have the little openings. You can easily do that. Do that real easy. But to get into that angle for those, there is indeed screws right there. Got the raccoons. I got that sliding glass door wide open. I'm gonna have cats that are coming and going, but if the raccoon just doesn't come up, be like, hey, man, don't feed me. Well, at least that one goes in there just right. Oh, what can it be now? Done. The dream. Oh, really? Look at you, really? The other ones went out. Ah, fuck you. Don't worry about that. So I can get the thing off of here. So where this thing is, continue taking this apart, but I can. I don't know if I can get those ones just uncrimped. No, so I'm not going to bother with those. Now that is dirty brass, but let's put that one in there. Little brass fuse on that. All right, I'm gonna relay. Piece of copper here. Loose pieces right here. I'll switch. Piece of trash. Nothing. Trash. Barely. Okay. So let's see what's under this shroud or plenum or track or whatever this is underneath here. Bunch of gears. Yep, big greasy gearbox. All plastic. If there was any big chunky brass in there, I would have gone at it. Might as well get my 164,000th of a penny's worth of steel out of this. Now it's plastic. I got this cool little motor. This little shielding on it. Probably gonna line up just right. Pretty chunky motor, about a pound. Let's get to cutting these up. What are you having a problem cutting? Is there like steel in this? Do I really have to break out a fucking knife? No pins. That's wire. But if I do this. All this is probably not even fucking worth that. And for the most part, that's what I have done. Is just that there just wasn't enough. Yeah, I could barely fingertip that. This is an old banana clip or a prober tester thing for multimeter. These ends brass. Some heavy winds. I don't know why that doesn't really want to. I mean, it's all going to be copper anyhow. Except that. Usually there's a steel. Cut these SETA. And I don't know what that kind of wire goes for, really sells for scrapyards to buy. I just know separating it is better than not separating it. There's no way that one is. That's a bit of brass. A little bit of brass on these. Little chip on that. That's on that. Copper and boards. Junk, junk, junk. The screws right there. That's what I'm going to have to cut. Cheap ass HDMI. You can find HDMI cables in bags at thrift stores. Every once in a while, you get like 2 or 3 cables for $5. Keep them on rotation, and you eventually end up with really good ones. Bye, Felicia. I don't think that's really gonna matter much for these. Little brass. I mean, that weight would add up for that, but I'm learning as I go. Is this really worthwhile to break this down like this? Ultimately, yeah, it's going to be worth more, especially if you just do this as a hobby. Something just kind of do to burn time. Now, typically, because I don't know what kind of wire this is, and if it's going to be very, very lightweight wire, so that brass weighs more. That's going to be worth more valuable. We have these here. So these I kept, right? And I don't know why that one's in there. Keeping these ones that still have the brass in them. Going to sell it the board sort. They can buy it if they want. These are not meant for this type of torturous work I've been putting those things through. They're pretty good anyway. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's in the bin down here is just easy to go through. Well, that's pretty good. Come up on that. Got them all. One more. Where'd it go? Right there it is. Got all of them, both of them. All right. Get back to this. Still got, not as, well, obviously not as many. Still had a bunch of bees. Bees knees. Oh, I'm doing that. I don't know how, why. Like all this plastic just does not want to really break off here. Some more boards I've already had. Just those things apart. Some cords. Yeah, that's what I thought. Brass plated. And now, a little entry point. That one. Wait for that. Another one of these. More wire. This one's pretty easy. Just a solid steel wash, and I don't know what's inside, but I'm doing this anyhow. Nope, that's aluminum. Aluminum or brass? Let's see. It looks like cast aluminum. Too sloppy. Not steel. Most of all that in there is going to be steel, so we're going to shred steel. That's brass. The other part went. I want that. I don't want to chat with myself. I'm already talking to myself, damn it. This has a battery pack that I'll recycle. These are aluminum. These are now cleaner aluminum. In a second. Oh, I see. There's a sticker under here. And 2 screws. I think it's plastic though. I think I saw a stick. Oh no. There you go. Aluminum. So, what if I just prep myself for all of these and do that right now? Aluminum. Let's get these out of the way. One more. I think all these. What happened to the other one? It may just be completely separate. I may have already broke it off. More aluminum. William, looks like. So that was motion censored LED light bars, like 12-inch light bars. For the most part, loose wires, USB cords. Yeah, I mean, I've got some of these chunky transformers, plug-in transformers I got to go through. More circuit boards, more transformers. I took apart like a little kitchen appliance thing, small little grinder, blender thing, a coffee grinder, and just processing to just put in boxes and just to kind of store. This is just a hobby I just started not too long ago, like a month ago. But I've watched micro scrappers, like Scrap It All, and I've had, I mean, I've gone through probably like 4 bins like this full of just stuff that I had, just different metals. The amount of room that it takes up. So that's a good, decent enough circuit board. I mean, that, I don't know how much they go for, $8 a pound. So that's maybe 50 cents. But it'd be worth zero if it was in the trash. So I had a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you move trailers daily. Trailers of like just scrap stuff, or that's what you do for work. But I'm just doing this for hobby, just to kind of put this stuff in a bin and in some boxes. Stuff I had, so it would have been trash otherwise. It would have been sitting around doing nothing. And I will guarantee you, William, that the value of copper and gold and precious metals and all this is going to go up in price in the future. I will guarantee it'll be worth more than it is. But it's definitely it's worth a whole lot more taken apart and mostly separated. And just put it in a freaking box. And then get some more and put it in a box and get some more and put it in a box and just keep processing down, saving room. And sometime 30 years, who knows, 5 years, 2 years, a couple months, whenever. You're like, oh, I got a whole box of old copper and this and that, this and that. And then you trade it in. So now the work that I'm doing now may not be worth a whole lot right now. But the stuff will. There's my brass clock hand, watch hand. So it's basically, I have a playlist of me just tearing apart stuff that I had. And the principle, the main concept, the main thinking behind it. So this is just really, really, for people who move this stuff in mass. It seems like you. I mean, you're probably not going to sit down and take apart these little circuit boards like that. This is stuff I have, so it's all free. But like little motors like this that came from that appliance, that's a steel sheet. My door's open. Actually, I probably can. But that's just something that I would take apart some other time. Okay. So I just don't know how far. I mean, I'm sure you're taking out the motors and the transformers and even like. So that's a good little appliance, small kitchen appliance transformer. That one there. But I mean, I really don't have the tools to really take these apart properly. Or even, but I have a box, right? So this kind of board right here. So I don't know if you've ever heard of Scrap It All. James, he does micro. That's what. Watching him, I'm like, dude, I can do that. I got that kind of stuff. But that's not worth it to really, for time wise. But if I had the tool to just slice that, pull the copper, and pull, then yeah, it's hobby. It's something I want to do to occupy my time. And the more you do, more of a process. Well, I was so good today. I got all the other ones just like this. There we go. But I resell physical media. I just go to thrift stores and buy CDs, DVDs. I'm sorry, I scrapped one away. I haven't seen his video. Oh, okay. Transformer. Yeah, so there's all kinds of tools and stuff that I would eventually need. I mean, that's just, I mean, it's not even a pound. I mean, most of it is going to be the steel that's around it. Yeah, you could put that in as a transformer. I mean, that's why I watched James. Because he just kind of, a lot of them, and even Thub Print. Those about the only two. I mean, I've watched like Mike the Scavenger, Scrap Metallic Guy. Watch those guys. This one. I mean, I'm not pressed about that. That'll go in with my plugs and adapters and cord ends. But I'm up in Northeast Ohio, so I go to 30, 40 thrift stores on the regular. And I go buy, I mean, right here, you're looking at just books that I have. And a whole other section. You can look at some of my other videos. I post videos every day, basically. This is what I bought. This is what sold. And I'm a 6-figure a year seller of just physical media. And eBay is like 30 hours a week for me to just go out to stores, get stuff, picture list, make YouTube videos, and I'm done. Maybe 35 hours. And a bunch of this stuff sitting around. And I think it's a cool idea to deposit money in a bank that's not even a bank. This stuff is any of this stuff that you can micro scrap and just get and just store and wait and sell it sometime. And I don't know if you know the company Boards. I'm looking up here. So my tablet's down here what I'm reading. There was a company that James references called Board Sort. And I'm about an hour from Board Sort. Matter of fact, my dad lives about maybe a mile or so, the next township down from Alliance. So I lived with my dad when him living there many moons ago. I know that area where Board Sort's at quite well. So it's about an hour. I was like, man, yeah, I'll find stuff. I'll find old VCRs and take them apart. Cut the stuff down and learn a little and meet a few different, yes, I'm going to wear board. Okay. Yeah, so Board Sort's like an hour from me. Which kind of came in handy because I didn't know that until James was doing something about plugs and ends and stuff. And he's like, yeah, Board Sort in Ohio. I'm like, well, I'm in Ohio. Let's see what's up with that. And then I came up as Alliance. I'm like, oh, then I look at the address, like, that's right by Squire Castle in Alliance. Well, it's a small castle, right? It's a house that looks like a castle. I wanted to get more of that. And then there's still more. For the most part, any other like scrapping videos that I'll do, I have to accrue plenty of stuff. This is about the end of the line. End of the line. Damn, I don't know who sings that. End of the line. Was that the Mungo Jerry? End of the line. No, Mungo Jerry was ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. Interesting song. So if you like wrong ones anyhow. If you want to learn about physical media, buying and selling, that's what I do. I don't know what the fuck is even in this. It looks like it's easy to pierce. I can always use additional subs, that's for sure. Channel's been around for a while. I don't want to sound pompous, but I kind of know what I'm talking about on a lot of stuff. And I'm not one of those people that'll make a video just about one specific topic about eBay. It's like, dude, this is what I buy. This is what I look for. And in a lot of the videos, I will sing songs very, very poorly, but I will sing songs. Sometimes maybe a little bit on key, but if you like that kind of energy and personality, that's who I am. Take it or leave it, man. It's free. But micro scrapping, I was like, yeah, man, might as well. You know, I have this stuff, and I drive around. I don't know where you're from, and out here, THC pin, not e-cig, right? E-cig bad, THC pin, good. THC pin. Yes, it all makes sense. It all adds up. You know, so in a lot of my videos, I'm a little baffled of what Dub was referring to. E-cig, yes. I have an e-cig, but I did destroy some old matter of fact, I still have some pieces in here. Some old, like, e-cig pens. But, you know, like 10 years old. They were made out of brass and aluminum, brass and steel. So, I mean, these are just like data, HDMI data cables, and now wherever I take them, somebody's going to have to look at it and be like, oh, I don't know what that is. Give me a price, man. I took them apart. I learned. But then if you tell me don't cut those ends, when you bring them in, cut them up, and then we'll go from there. You know, I don't know. I'm just learning. A bag of more recyclable. I mean, this gives you an idea of stuff. Laptops. These are all laptops. Each one of these batteries was in a laptop. Or chargers. And some of these I just have. And some old camera. Either way. I'm getting too far into all this. And I tried splitting that open. And then it went poof. Yep. Don't do that. That's why you don't do that with those. The pins on the cigarette are gold plated. Oh, yeah. So a lot of those things, I mean, it's not a lot. So in this bin, that's right here, you can see this is miscellaneous metals that I've already got today. Brass, copper, aluminum. That's copper. Brass. And that's just from, so this was a watch that came up on the magnet, a cheap ass watch, came up on the magnet. So I was like, hey, I'll take it apart. Thought it was solid steel or stainless steel, right? Or just steel. Yeah, that's cast aluminum. It's not a whole lot more, but I was already taking the damn thing apart. It took like 32 seconds to take it apart. I increased my scrap value by like, I don't know, more than what it was if it just went into shred. But I don't know these prices because I have yet to even take this. But it's a good idea to preserve preserve the good stuff you can, whatever that is. Chop it up, put it in smaller things, and wait. Because pennies add up. You know, I don't, probably could. You'd have to break it because they're going to have a little, I don't know if I have one. I didn't have one in that bag. So I don't know. Sometimes I'll just take these back up to the place where right around the corner. Now, I don't think they do anything. I just think they toss them too. End of the line. End of the line. Mungo Jerry. That's not him though. I keep thinking that. So like this board right here. Brass ends. But yeah, a lot of those, that's why those USBs and like these DVI cables, these ends right here, I don't know how much they are. I tried to actually break it, pull it apart. But those are gold plated in there, a little circuitry in there. So those just go in a box, and then at some time when the box or all that just kind of adds up, I'm like, all right, time to separate that down some more and take it somewhere. What mixed boards? If you don't have them like specified, mixed, I don't know what they are, 5 cents a pound for mixed boards. So get the brass off of it. That brass is worth, I mean, what is brass? $3 a pound? That doesn't add up. I mean, that's 4 cents as opposed to a half a penny. That little bit, just take that little bit of time. Why not? This isn't my full-time income, and I won't be cashing out anytime soon. If I'm really urgent, I could sell it to my brother, and he's a state electrician down the road. Oh, I don't know. I don't smoke the bud. I haven't smoked the flower in God knows how long. But I just buy these little different vape pens wherever I'm at. So, but I've got 4 or 5 other ones. And then I'll get one for my daughter, and hers will run out. She'll grab one of mine. Yeah, so we're William, about the yard. Who I talked to, let's just say Monday, just hypothetically, will not be the same person in 5 years. If I wanted to take everything in, yeah, I would go in there and I'll call ahead of time. Like, I want to set up some time because I've never scrapped before. This is a bunch of stuff. I do have things roughly, and maybe have them explain things to me, and maybe I could record it for reference or for YouTube. But any more? Not right here. But as of right now, a lot of just little transformers and motors and all that stuff will just sit in the bin, and some other time in the middle of summer, I may come across a yard sale sometime, and there's just a whole slew of real small. What is it that I took apart? Like those, like these for laptops. Some scrappers say, I mean, they're not really worth your time. A little piece of aluminum, piece of plastic. You got that. You have the MOSFETs in there. A little bit of copper. I think the last one was aluminum, and a coil underneath those. If there was a whole bunch of these, like, yeah, I might as well just take these apart because they're not difficult. Well, these ones I had to smash with a hammer, but 2 smacks cracked them wide open. But I'm new to this, and I just kind of watched scrap it all. I mean, I started watching a lot of scrapping channels. I don't know how familiar you are with Akron. Your wire, as example, USB power cords are usually low grade wire 30. Yeah, the less copper. That part I know for sure. Because they're just real fine strands on a couple of them, as opposed to, like an extension cord or something. I was like, even if I get something for the cords I already had, but I already cut off those ends, those brass ends, if those end up being worth more, so be it. If I wasted my time, then so be it. But stuff got processed down, and I will learn. And then some other time, I will just choose not to cut those or this or that. And the more you learn, it's like now I can go out and in between. Well, I think that little part is steel. But it's got a MOSFET on it. And it's spinning. Not no more. Yeah, that goes in there. Yeah, besides that little piece of steel right here. But I can learn. I mean, now I can go out to all kinds of thrift stores in my amount of time that I source, come back, get pictures and list for, I mean, easily 8 to 10K a month in sales. I mean, it's modest living because of experience. But I'm also not going out regularly just to go find this stuff. If it's in a dumpster or out of your, I come across a bunch. If I got like 4 or 5 audio pieces to tear apart, yeah, that'll be a video. Just because I like people. I like you, you like me. And then get that. Get a little coil right here. Now, so that's worth it to chop this little bit out. And I don't even have to chop it. Kappa. I got this one here, which probably will not come out like that. My sister used to live in Ohio near Board Sort. Yeah, so I'm born and raised in the next county north, in Portage County. And I mean, out there, I don't know where exactly you're referring to, but there was like Sebring, Beloy, Canfield. And then come up even a little more north toward me. I mean, I don't even know the exact area, but it's country then more country out there. Alliance is your last stop until you get to Columbiana. There you go. So this, I mean, to some, this may not be worth it to just, break these down like this. But I'm not expending my day and energy. Really. Really. I'm not, if I see it, I'll pick it up, but I'm not actively looking online or going through dumpsters for this stuff. Yeah, but I admire those people who do because it's like what I do. I resell. That means each item that I pick and each item that sells, especially physical media stuff, because that's what I sell, or any item that's resold, is saving that item and it's keeping it from the landfill. That is a bigger win to me than the money what you get from scrapping. Because that shit, I mean, although recycling and the processes and all that stuff, that's definitely gotten better throughout the years. But instead of just mass or just waste en masse, especially stuff like this, that's building our future. So that's what I thought. You're trying to trick me. And if you can have a little fun with a hobby, and then it pays you later on, it's one of those hobbies that whatever you're putting into it now, it's going to be worth more much later. I doubt I can get those. Now I'm just really dicking around with these when I probably shouldn't be. I mean, it's still brass, but they all go in the ends, and there's probably steel on these. There 'tis not. And at some point, it's like, where do you decide? It's like, that's copper, that's brass. Where do you decide? It's like, do I really want to snip that? By the time you thought about it, you probably already could have. You're already mingling it. Well, that's in this scrap steel bin now. And I'm not looking for a little piece of wire like that. That's yeah, that is steel. Strong. Yeah, I'm gonna tinker with that just for that. That is brass though. Then I just take this broken board and then fly in recycled board. And read the voices scream. The book of love open up. Let it in. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm just going to look at this and just kind of see if something will. Oh, there we go. See if I can just process this down a little more while I'm already poking and prodding at it. But, I mean, it sounds like both of you guys both scrap. Or at least one of you. Like, oh man, I got the question. Someone was like, hey, what are you processing? That's pretty good jargon. I mean, I guess the process is anything that you're doing that adds to something before its final product. Anything's a process. But I guess I kind of handed it to you in the title of the stream. Microprocessing. Sunday. Well, actually, tomorrow is another live stream, but that's when I put my inventory, my books and CDs and DVDs away. And a live stream for a few hours doing that. Come on, man. I mean, I don't like it like that. Hey, not the way I wanted it. It was more weight. There's a little bit of brass on that. I'm not worried about that. That'll just be a board. That was a MOSFET. All right, that's a board. A little capacitor, a little temporary battery. I mean, I like the company. I've done this a couple of times, and I streamed for 3 hours, and no one ever wrote a comment. I don't know why those two. And then I've done this before, and I had a bunch of people come in. Still have more in here. No, that was Traveling Wilburys. Wilbur was Tom Petty and Bob Dylan. Oh, right. Maybe that's. What am I talking about? So come on, really? And this one got an extra one. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That is clean. Aluminum. I don't think it's stainless. It feels more like aluminum. See, that was a free one right there. That other one, man, that one I just did. I worked too much for that. But that's what I'm doing. Don't stop the project because the result isn't how you want it. There you go. You have a wire stripper? I do not. I have steady hands and not even a razor blade. Matter of fact, I think that razor blade is in here. to be torn apart because something broke in it. There are different like alternative. Look at that another time. Alternative things for wire stripping. None of this, I don't think anything is. I think this is probably your standard, smaller than a regular good extension cord. This is going to be your, like, a toaster type size. With stripping, yeah, that would definitely give me more to do and increase the value ratio, I suppose. But I mean, like I met, my brother is a state electrician. I mean, he's been an electrician for, over 35 years. His own company out in the south of here. So this one works out. Not wanting to get through that plastic. So this is just kind of a learning experience for me. I was like, that juice is not worth that squeeze. Take the ease away. But that'll at least go in the ends. No, I don't. So I'm sure my brother, he has one. I would assume. But I don't know how much he recycles. I mean, I know he does, because that's just free money for a business. I don't know if it has. These little pieces of steel. Makes sense to ground it. Another piece of little aluminum. Some I guess are not bad, but I mean, if you end up with the whole box and you could just break these down real fast. I think these are worth your time. Or worth the time. That's why I got my iFixit a while ago. Because it's easy to see. Because it's got the bullet in either way. It's more of that shady steel. There we go. But what some of these things that some of the scrapping channels can get to like break down all the different electronics and whatever industrial stuff it's just so amazing, this stuff that's actually out there. I mean, this is your common beginner stuff, right? But some of the things that are out there is like, yeah, so I was just driving down the road and I ended up, and this is just a hypothetical here, but I'm sure for a lot of scrappers, like, yeah, I was driving down the road and saw this one big barrel. I'm like, man, I need a big barrel for something to open up, and it's full of 900 pounds of solid copper. Like, I don't think that was really supposed to happen that way, but it'd be great. But, just kind of points. Like, you just be driving down the road. The excitement of discovery. The thrill of the hunt, but not really. The thrill of the serendipity. See, that's figure I should be able to. All right, so I'm just going to cut this wire. That one. See, that a little bit, I'm not worried about that. Oh, get back here. That one, but I don't think that these will easily cooperate. Oh yeah, I'll take that little bit, and it'll be like that. Better than nada, at least for that. Bother with those, but it will at least go into the plug ends. I have both these started right here, and I got all that shit in my way. Circuit board. See? No, maybe not. All right. So, I mean, logically, it's like, might as well just yank off this little bit. Because the payout for the quality of the grade of like this aux cable is going to be so low that it's, I'm already tinkering, you know, I don't know, every scratch, and I haven't even cashed out anything yet at all. I haven't cashed out anything in 25 years. I haven't. I don't even know my wife then. I have no idea. Son wasn't even born yet. He's in his low 20s. Last time I scrapped. But the point is there. It's like, it just may as well. It's either you can just throw it as one lump low grade, or have a little fun breaking up some brass. It's your choice. I do my thing. But I have come across some of these that they have steel in them. So far, none of those. Let's get. Well, there you go. Let me hear your body talk. Not let into. Oh, cool. Smoke break. Hold on a minute. Move that stuff around. We got some old castle style, old Home Depot, like original Home Depot type LED candelabras. Yeah, those are old. They probably still work, but you can buy 50-pack of LEDs for nothing. I mean, I'm not saying 50-pack, but I think you get the point. It's like they're so cheap. So let's see. Catch up here. Plug-ins. I got past that. My sister. So I am familiar with that area as well. My dad lives a couple miles down the road from there. Marlboro Township. I think it's technically where he's at. Then went back to cleaning up and scrapping. I started on scrapping, finding things. Oh, okay. So, however I came across, you're just like, hey, I should think about scrapping stuff. And then you got more involved and like, this isn't too bad. It's kind of fun to go around and find stuff. And then that led you into starting a junk removal enterprise gig outfit whatever, the company, and now you process a lot of the stuff you get to maximize your money. It's like that one song. It started with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It always starts with one little bit. And I'm saying right now, it's like, yeah, I'm not actively going out, finding this stuff. And 3 years from now, I'll be like, oh man, I got 56, I don't know, dishwasher to take apart. I got 18 old stereos. I gotta go, and all this plumbing. I gotta, Then the next thing you know, that's your main job, is adding value to things by getting them and recycling them. That is a little bit, there's clean right there, but it's got the dirt in there. I mean, I don't need to take that apart like that. Just doing it like that's not even worth it either. Canton. Now I do towns. Canton. Are you in? You're down in that area? Hills and Dales, North Jackson. I mean, I know there are a lot of other areas out there, so that's just. Just do my bad John Madden because of the football. Oh, you're way out. Way out on the other yonder. My wife is from south of Pittsburgh. So that YouTube algorithm picked up on that you watch, or you probably have watched, other scrapping channels. They know your general locale and stomping grounds or areas you're familiar with. I'm like, hey, go check out this guy who barely even micro scraps and sells a lot of physical media. And here you are. Farthest I've ever been, well, I can't say farthest, but one of the Johnstown City or something out there, the Twins or the Triple Cities. I was out there for handful of months, well over 20 years ago. I don't travel. Well, I mean, I travel enough around. I travel enough around here. That'll just stay as number 2. No, because you know what? That's the very freaking end, and one of them will be like, I don't know. I haven't even sold any of this yet, obviously, because it's right here in front of me. What's that? Oh, like this thing here came up one of those transformers. Let's see. Big ass hands can handle it. I mean, they are tarred in on this thing. I mean, they are put in. They're put in a hole. I don't want to say it like that. It sounds weird, but I mean, so I'll finish those in a minute. Like seeing basic videos and advanced videos on live stream. You can always learn something. Well, thanks. Again, I mean, I my primary is selling physical media. You may not believe it, but in a couple of years, I'll be 50. I'm 47. Been around for a little while. Not super long, right in the middle, right? It's like if I play my cards right, I'm halfway through my life. At 47. So, I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know what that is. It's a little... That's not even what I'm after. I am after what's inside of this. I just made a little access port right there. There we go. That's how you do it. Yes. Keep on improving. I mean, obviously you just stumbled on in here. I kind of give a basic demeanor on who I am, what kind of person I'm thinking I am. In most of my videos, you can kind of guess that. Or you can figure that out. I don't ask people for anything but a like or a subscribe, and that's at the end of the videos. And as for physical media, you know, I've sold for a long time. Got in a car accident back in '96, and auction web was just out and about. And I ran my car into a tree in 1996 in Akron. And I don't know if that's metal or not. It feels like it is. In Akron, and then the judge was like, "Hey, pay restitution to the city for the tree you hit, and I won't suspend." You know, and that was like I was driving without insurance and reckless op, and I hit a tree at like 60 miles an hour on a probably a 15-mile-an-hour turn. But anyhow, I got started on eBay then. That is not metal. And I sold some old audiophile stuff, some old Kenwood and Harman Kardon and Macintosh. Well, not Macintosh, but Marantz and mainly old cabinet, not like cabinet, but like the wood shell, the wood cabinet stuff. And other electronics. And I've been on eBay for a long enough time. And I moved up here. What we did 6 years ago, so I can manage a store up here. Well, if you're out in PA, I don't know if you've heard of Window Nation, but I was that just has some weight to it. A field marketing manager. It does have some weight because and throughout all the years, I picked up some. I saw something here. Okay. Well, window and door company. Did well. Moved up here. My mom was already living up in this general area, right? But throughout all the years, I didn't want to really do any more. Primarily, I just wanted to work for myself and had to find something that would suffice what I needed. And I've already been selling for a while. And then I just got into looking at physical media. And so I've added my years of... That'll work. Let's steal anyhow. That was a fucking waste of time. And my experience and make a YouTube channel. I explain to people, this is what I look for. I'm a little sharper than the average bear in a lot of things. We're not going to get into all the different maths, but I sell 100K plus a year on eBay, and most of it is physical media. So I take take that out now. Oh yeah, I think I was just going with all that, so you kind of have an idea a little more on who I am on the verbally philanthropism, giving stuff away, knowledge from experience, as thou we should. Battery. That'll go in the recyclable. I don't remember. So that way you have an idea who I am and the kind of character I am. And I just make like daily vlogs. This is what I bought. This is what I sold. And in some cases, people want to learn about that. I lived in NYC. Oh. I was out in Wantagh for a little while. About the same time when I was out there in not Jamestown, man, I forget the Triple Cities or whatever it's called, and that out by Wilkes-Barre and whatever it is. But that about that same time frame, I was out in Wantagh. Expensive. I could tell you gas, that was 25 years ago, and gas on that part of Long Island was already at $3 a gallon. That was 24 years ago. Yeah, I'm just a guy who's not even 50. I'm also 6'4", so I try to enjoy what I can before my knees completely go out. Yeah, Long Island. It's right over the Throg's Neck. I remember the Throg's Neck and the GW. About it. I mean, that was so long ago, and I was only there for a couple months. Oh, because it's my bit. All right, so that is separated aluminum. I believe that it's going to be a gold contact. I'll at least go in that. I mean, I'm not going to bother separating all this. Who knows? Years and years from now, who really knows? I still have to finish those up. I'm trying to just get this stuff up and done. So that's what I do out here. I sell physical media and it doesn't take up much time. I had some cords and other electronics and this and that, sitting around. I had some basic tools to get some work done. Got some of this done. And then it'll go into, I don't know how big they are. They're like the Gaylord bins that have like the interlocking lid. They're probably 22 gallons. Just put stuff in those and go stack them out in storage. Next time I need to add some more stuff to them, I'll make a video, cut that stuff down, put it in a separate box, go back out there, empty the new stuff into the existing bins, and rinse, repeat until it's time to sell. It's not like I have the place to store this. I mean, we're in a 900 square foot townhouse type apartment. So it's got to go. That's all brass right there. So this one. I mean, now it's plastic. Got him! Because I'm just trying to give you a consensus on who I am as quick as I can. I'm all right. Living in a rock. I think that all stemmed from was like, yeah, I'll just sing poorly. But it's fun. What would you do if I sang at you? You walk out. Have fun with life, I guess. After the live stream ends out. Yeah, you have a blast. There's playlists, so it makes it easier. Pick and choose, and it's eBay related. It's like, this is what I bought, this is what I sold. Here's me explaining things. Yeah, I forget what the other one is. And then this one for micro scrapping. And then after this is done, since chat has been lively, there are you, a couple people, which have you. It's like these gold HDMIs. I'll cut those off. I don't know what they are at board sort. $20 a pound. I have no idea. I mean, it's going to take forever, especially with my cheap ass cutters. Went to Tractor Supply and got these cheap set for like 11, 12 bucks. It's better than what I had. Which is just using that multi-tool. And this thing is 20 years old at that. Aluminum body. Winchester, I think, makes it. I have the knife in here somewhere too. And the other knife should be somewhere right around here. The knife that went to that set that got at like Big Lots 20 years ago for, it was like 30 bucks then. It came with that single blade knife, a multi like 4-blade knife, a bigger, somewhere over there, and then a locking blade. Oh, so these are ignition coils. Excel ignition coils. I could have sold them, but I'm not waiting for someone to get it and complain. And these I had for my Dodge Neon. But that's steel anyhow. But it might be. That outer looks like it's copper. It could be. I'll find out. If it is, just give me something else to do, which is fine. Because either it's going to be worth more, or it's going to be worth the same that it was before I took it apart. Leatherman. Leatherman. Yeah. So it's like a Leatherman. It's just like it. Completely different brand. Now that I know that that is. How's it going? Yeah, so I mean that's basically this. I don't change the title of my videos for any of my what's sold, any of my source videos. It's just sourced. 29 things. $32 worth, whatever, maybe $1,000. Then I'll give a little skinny on the logic of all that. So I think the amount of, and it's so specific because it's an ignition coil, so you can only have so much impedance, and you don't want a lot of actual growth in there, and it's going to be, iron. It's a shame that they're going to have to go as steel, broken steel, whatever it is. It's not. I have the top to one of them. Here is the top to one of them. And it's just resin and a little bit of tips. Maybe an older ignition coil Yeah, so those are just short. I don't think that's going to matter at that point. We're going on about something. Yeah, just living the modest life out here in Mentor, where President Garfield's museum house is where he lived. 2 blocks down the road. So anybody like that. And this is just one. Let me just try to get that off there. I mean, that's just going to end up going in that one anyhow. Circuit boards and stuff. So, I mean, I guess realistically, if you had a bunch of these are the things that you'd be after. Just these little, break this little bit of copper off right here. I mean, you could tear those MOSFETs off, but I'll deal with that a different day. No. Second verse as burst. These are cool. I don't know if you know about these things. So these are the like the contact backers. There are gold fingers right here. So I don't know if, well, at least that one. I don't know if any places want them or not. I mean, I'll cut the gold fingers off at minimum. But I don't think that they're really even gold. I think it's going to be a copper or copper coated. Because that's just a very, very light signal for a keyboard. It's not like you need to send... I'm sure better keyboards are going to be built better for sure. But these are like on... And I think it was an old Dell. If I need to keep them, I'll keep them. I might as well just put them in with the wire. Sometime in our love, we all have pain. We all have sorrow. Oh, it won't be long, so I'm gonna need somebody to lean. You just might have a brother who you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me. You're not strong. Actually, I think that's my cat. Is it a 7? It is a cat 7. Not throwing away cat 7. And I'll take it with that one a different time. Are they keyboard mylar? That's like these are like a white gray, very, very, very light. I'm colorblind, but it's very, very light gray. I don't know if that's black. I can see kind of goldish color right here, but all the inner contacts right here are going to be, that's more of a gray than this. And that's also gray. So if it's not black, they're not black. So a weak point of this right here is right down the middle. Oh, there's a, figured there would be. Yeah, this thing got dropped too many times. It's like I forget what happened. Don't have a need for a box cutter. Yeah. All you gotta do is just get that stubborn screw or bolt or whatever. All you gotta do is get it started, and you're on your way to great things. But not that one. It must be stubborn. If I can get one that's right here, not gonna let me. Not gonna do it. Should be able to just. I mean, it's probably all steel anyhow. Maybe not be. But I won't know. All I gotta do is be able to get some of the working parts out of it. It almost looks like it's plastic though. Feels like it. Yeah, all of that is going to be steel. That was just garbage. Hold it to the cam. Silver they are. So there's two. This one I believe came off of an old IBM, like stock IBM, like an older, thicker one, non-mechanical. And that one just has this darker color. And that one has two. This one doesn't have anything on it, but I think it has, yeah, that one doesn't have anything on it, but that one does. Oh. I think I got a rodent. Yeah. A raccoon trying to get in. My sliding door is wide open. No, is that you, Rocket? I mean, these things take up no room at all. So I can just accrue these, let them add up, and just make one big old batch. Go to town and learn a process. Yeah, so that's just steel. Maybe a little brass hinge or something. Junk. A lot of times these are brass. This hinge is the problem. Put that in other metals. Figured that one. More of these. Oh, so this came from the blender. But probably stainless blades. It has nothing. Came from like a old Osterizer blender carafe. Then I got whole other bins down here. I don't know how long you've been here. Obviously, when you're scrapping, you're going to run into mostly plastic and a lot of steel and stuff. So this bin right here will eventually just go in this. This came from like one of those Eden Pure type portable electric heaters, but it wasn't one of those brands. It took a while to take it apart, but that's about 2 pounds of copper. That does not include the transformer or transformers or the motor. That was the blower gain, real gain, whichever. Hard drives, I had all different, maybe 10 hard drives sitting around. My old flashlight, solid aluminum, besides a little bit in there. Another light that was like an LED, all in this aluminum. And the wire was like way too freaking big for what it needed. But this is all a heat sink because it's putting out a lot of power for the LEDs. So it needed, the aluminum for the heat to dissipate. Let's see, I got some coax cable. So I might still have it right here. Maybe not. But some coax cable. Maybe I took off maybe 10 of these ends. Solid brass ends. Those are a couple ounces each. Aluminum head from a VCR. With copper. Or gold, not sure. But I gotta like snap this in order to move that to get to that screw. So this is just something to be processed some other time. Some lead and steel on it, whatever it is. But, that's probably, that's at least 40 plus pounds of just copper, aluminum, brass. It's worth more that way than it was when it was destined for the dumpster. Now I gotta buy a good pair of, or actually, I'll just ask my brother. I was like, Mark, my brother, hey, I got into micro scrapping and figuring it's a pretty good idea to utilize whatever scrap metal I can find on the street when I can. Now, since the price of gold, silver, and copper, dude, give me a pair of good, like 1-inch snips. These are probably not even a half-inch. I don't care. Give me some nice like gray bar, like $80 pair of snips. Like I need them to last a long time. Or I'll just buy them and just write them off. I don't know. But I do need to roll around with that. A little toolkit. Like another iFixit, but bigger. A lot of stuff you could just take apart right there and just throw the trash out. Look in files for books and procedures. To find out how to use acid on those things. So how long will that take? Just to get that little bit? I mean, I'm not going to get much. Might be able to cut these off. If I can. And if they take these for like random end connectors, there's going to be copper in the end of those for the little speaker. Not much, but don't get much for it, but I'm learning. I guess doing stuff like this, what's the harm? Is like, are you going to how can you mess something up if you keep taking it apart more and more and more and more? It's just going to make it more and more valuable because now you have it more processed down. So you really can't make mistakes doing this. You could just throw it all away. Be a dick. Not this guy. So here's an interesting one. This is called angel hair, and it's real fine metal. Like it's actual metal. I do this. Steel wouldn't be like that. That would be a lot of steel. I think this is fine copper. Really, 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 really fine copper. Aluminum, that weighs a bit. I mean, if you take an aluminum foil and even these big rock biter hands and mush it down, aluminum foil is not going to weigh like that. It's got a little chunky chunk of copper. Fine copper. Because Brandy, you're a fine girl. Oh, so there's a total of 3 of these in here. It's not a whole lot, but I'll tell you what, if it's a pound, that's $5 right now, today's value. Oh. Feel free to, if it's a reference for something, something I can learn from, that's going to help in my process of doing. I have a little more. Probably just pour it all out. Let me move this for a second. Oh, that's steel. Oh, what I was saying is, like, since the chat is lively, I'll this will go through and I'll. No, because if I edit it tonight, it's at least a 4-hour stream because it keeps like resetting for some weird reason. But I know I started this at like 6. This is a battery in here. But feel free to just go into any of the videos and just drop either the words. I don't know if I have my channel set to allow link dropping. So if you just type the general words, that will help me out. I can go from there. I wonder. That I can. And I doubt that's what this is for. Because that's brass. I also don't want to break that open. The battery. Yeah, if it's something that'll help me out and learn and get a little more in depth into this, I am all game for that information. I mean, it won't take me long. I'll just click on it and look it up and make a bookmark. Get to it. I'm pretty neat with my bookmarks. And this has a whole little board in it. I don't, unless I, yeah, so this is Strong aluminum though. So that's got the whole coil and everything in it. Now that I have that gone, I wonder. That one's gonna be too much. Don't it move? It wants to. Yeah, they just press that thing all the way in there. So that would just go in. That's something that I'll deal. Oh no, that doesn't go in there. A chunk of brass. I forget where that came from. Oh, another one of those vapes that I had. That's right here. I doubt it, but it looks like there's 2 screws all the way down on the bottom and a nut. I can't get in there with that. I'm gonna have to cut that open. But it's brass and aluminum. Man, I appreciate you popping in and kind of randomly seeing me do this. Little brass fuse. Always good to keep the O-rings though. That's just gonna be a. Let me see what's in here. Like I said, yeah, I just started doing this a couple weeks ago. I need to rearrange some more. I need to really rearrange and keep things consolidated. So that little bit of copper is not really worth that squeeze. Now that I know, all I gotta do is that. And that. Doesn't take long for that. Because I am a small channel. I really don't do the YouTube. I mean, I said in a video not too long ago, like the YouTube money would be great, you know, with 10,000 subscribers or even way more. But I'm modest enough to just be like, you know, that will definitely all help. But I don't need that. I can use it, but I don't need it. Because depending on where you are in this book, I had total after it's all said and done is going to be about 45,000 in my mouth for implants, and you know the final zirconia bridges, appliances, is what they're called. I made a video back, I don't know, maybe 6-8 months ago that just basically explains that, you know, eBay and physical media itself has allowed me to have a little more money to be able to do that. And that car accident was a big problem with my dental issues. So it's not like I'm spilling beans with you. That information is out there. I already made a video all about it, but I've always been just a modest person. Well, that's lost for a while. Oh, right there. It'd be great to have a lot more money and do more things, but I'll tell you that there are two things that I'm doing right now. I am breathing, B-R-E-A-T-H-I-N-G. I am breathing. And I am helping somebody else. One way, man, shape, or form. Nice brass monkey. That's steel. That one drops pretty quick. Well, this all just goes in the same little pile bin anyhow. Oh, kind of. Oh, okay. That's got quite a bit of chunk in that one. If I slice my finger open, so I always take that with a little bit of caution. Little bit of Rita on my side. Well, we already went over that one. So I wonder if I can get something in that to just get that sheath, a little shroud off of there. Look at that. I mean, I probably just would have gone as just regular, but now that's clean steel. I don't feel like there's anything else on that. I mean, I broke a bunch of these open before, and they opened up pretty easily. Steel. Razor blade would come in handy, man. So these are just encased in here. That's just going to be standard transformer rate. Bubby, there's something good in that one. That looks like that one's gold coated. That is a good one of those. White said to keep those. Nothing like the smell of circuit boards in the morning. And I have these. Oh yeah, I got like all these steel, multi-bits. Typically, I would assume you just throw it in with the plastic, but most tools I would keep, but I have a big, like 180 piece, Pittsburgh tool kit set thing that you got to Harbor Freight. But it has all kinds of these, and I've got Allen wrenches, different types of Allen wrenches and sets and stuff. Those I'll keep. These ones I hate because you can snap the actual driver. These big ass. Got some memory cards. That's just general gold recovery right there. Another knife, it looks like. Another one of these. Oh. Piece of brass. I don't want that connector to be just an, well, so another one you can see I tried smashing apart to where I could see it's all this cast plastic that's in there. But if that's going to go in his motor or transformer, I don't know. Cut off whatever I can. Brass keys. These ones are an old, real old. It was US lock. Probably from the 60s, maybe. I don't know where it's at now. Steel. DVI connector. My old bowl scraper. Yeah, that's all steel. Another connector. A steel ring, steel key. That whole part is right there. This is not. That is not. That is not. That is, and that is. Let's see here. What is this? Steel. Steel, steel. These ones shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, we have a different time for that one. Barely. That's all steel. It's likely copper because it's been. Brass rings, or brass keys. I mean, I guess that makes sense because, you know, they have to withstand temperatures and that's steel. I'm gonna finish. probably a broader one. Hello. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm investing in my future. I guess. This one just looks like it is completely separate. Nice gold contact right there. It's a good board. All kinds of little pieces of gold in that one. And that's just a mirror and plastic. So I'm wondering, because these are just going to be like little rubber coverings. And that is rubber. Feels, but it's marking up like it's copper. So that's brass and copper. That's pretty clean, nice, clean, darker board. I don't know what that means, but I can definitely see the gold contacts. I mean, it's not much, but, you know, for a mouse, for a computer mouse, it's actually like a scanner. You just scan the mouse over and it copies the image. Brass fuses. And all you gotta do for those Christmas lights. That's it. Not much, man. It is not much. But if I didn't do that, I want to have that little bit of weight because everything adds up. Low grade be it. That mouse board would be a low grade. I mean, even at that, I don't know what low grade value is, but Has some good gold on there. So that's the thing is I called up and I talked to Rick or Eric. All right, on the board. Whatever his name is. He has a 440 phone number. I talked to him, and he's like, he doesn't really have the time to go over and discuss all those, but he does have on his website. How to identify a lot of that stuff. Obviously, I'm in no hurry to turn any of that in. But it's good to have it no matter what. As soon as you learn more, you're going to want to sort and pre-separate that away. No matter when you do decide, that work is already done. You don't want to stress yourself out before you get ready to go do something. You're like, oh yeah, I haven't done it yet. But I'm too passive, too stoic. Like I'll just put it in a box and wait for it some other time, or I'll just get some more stuff sometime and just make more live videos like this. Me just sorting through stuff. No, those, oh well, I don't think it's really going to count. Those are actually steel. I'm not going to jail over it. EVGA, graphics card company. Some more gold contacts in there. So anything in here is going to be better quality. Another EVGA. I mean, there's 3 of them. So that's steel. And I doubt that it'll be, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of brass contact in there. But see if that one's heated. That is my little Bluetooth dongle. I don't know if you know who Ryan George is. Ryan George, he didn't used to do skits on Screen Rant and a couple of others. Goes about movies and shows and stuff. But he has his own. It's called Ryan George, and he has a series called like How Do Name of Things Come Up, and he did a little skit on the word dongle, like computer dongle. Yeah, that would make sense too. What did I? Oh, I'll put it in here. I mean, I'm not. Did I? Well, even at that, this whole thing I took apart, and it's all steel. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna, come after me if I have 20 grams of this, and it's gonna shut down their scrapping company, their scrap yard, because so that'll go in that one. The dirty brass, I don't know where that one went, but thanks. This is a brat. I found this outside, but I think it was in the air conditioner. My HVAC system, my furnace went out a couple weeks ago. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I know for some degree, especially for dirty, like I'll watch Thug Print, and you'll just a lot of times be like, no, there was just too much plastic. So I think the best bet, one way, is for me to actually just really do what I'm doing now, so I can get an idea. Some old staples, an Allen wrench, it's bent. Flash drives. I mean, that's gold. What would a flash drive or a memory card come up as? Or what and here's another old. This is like when this is right when HDMI came out. This is a DVI to HDMI. Here's the other one of these. I mean, I know that most of the computer, I have a couple laptop boards. I mean, that's not really heavily populated, so that one can't be too good. But on the converse side, I have a graphics card board with gold fingers. So I would need to learn on what that is. Or even, I got a couple boards that have these bigger IC chips on them. These detachable. What are they called? What the fuck that is? Most of the IC chips that are on in the amount of boards I have don't even take up like this little area right here. It's not a lot. But if there was a difference between $3 a pound from one grade to $6 a pound from the next grade because I didn't know, then yeah, that would definitely help to know. Gold finger card. All right. So do you sell to them often, the board sort? I suppose, or you just this is just knowledge that you have, or do you sell to other places? That is, I guess, is another way how to ask it, and you already know. So this is brass. I believe it's all brass. If anything, just this outer part might be. I don't want to mess up my. Actually, let's get some of these up right now. Or maybe you listen to a lot of YouTubers and you just remember. Yeah, so when that cold blast came across, our furnace went out here. So we ended up with running electric heaters and stuff. Management came in like a week later and replaced the furnace and the air conditioner, the AC outside. But that's just a piece from that, I think. But it's copper. That's not, I mean, it's going to be copper or brass. There's a cap for something. I'm going to guess brass. But then after a while, you just kind of, my old weed cutter scissors. Brass graphics card would be. Yeah, because I need to think about what logically brass would be used for as opposed to what copper would be used for. So this knob right here would be brass because it costs less to make. You still want something good quality. But this bolt and brass has a hindrance to like germ spreading and stuff. So that's why. Oh, there you are. Another O-ring. A pocket knife that is probably stainless. An old buck. Super magnetic. I mean, these here are probably of a stainless quality. This is a brand, actually. It's a German brand. No, it does read stainless. Things like lacrosse, stainless. Casting. I already. But that is brass. That key clipping. Yeah, that's just good to have one. I mean, now I'm down to like all this real small stuff. Oh, this was when I moved the vent in the bathroom, moved it around a little bit, and I cleaned out like some of the debris that's actually in the register, put my hand in there, and I felt this down there. And this is a sink stopper, a flow stopper thing. I didn't even know what it was until I happened to look over on my sink, and my sink stoppers, there's like, huh, all right. Free money. And then these, I thought I had one that I already cut open. So we have aluminum, brass, little fuse, more brass keys. This thing, if I can get. Well, I got. Oh no. But not what I wanted. So I do have all right here. So this is aluminum. This entire heat sink where the surface mount diode LEDs at. You can even see right here where I was cutting it. I was like, I don't know if that's plastic or not. And then, I mean, if it was plastic, it wouldn't move. It's just, you know, you'd be able to snap off a little bit and you can't. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. But these are, that's a hacksaw. Trying to get that damn thing off. Nope. And circuit board and stuff. Pretty easy to get that. So this is probably going to be dirty aluminum. I mean, it's about 50-50 of the aluminum weight and the actual plastic weight. That's just trash. I'm gonna bother with that. This one. Not what I wanted, George. Not what I wanted at all, George. I want to put them in with that. Well, I got my other aluminum here. So here's some other like chunks of aluminum. This cast aluminum's here. Three of those. 3 of those. This big old chunky piece that went to an old vintage bird feeder. And the other pieces are in here. That's actually what I started off with, was this stuff. If you're going to hide anything, toss it in 10. Still not what I wanted with that. So these will stay down here for now. This is how they made these. Now that's all plastic, and I don't know, that's got some weight. Yeah, all the little tricks of the trade that, you know, in time I'll learn, and who knows, in years and years and years, I was like, it does have some weight. I become a gazillionaire from YouTube. I don't need to sell any more DVDs or such. And I can spend more time separating tin shred and stuff. I mean, it has a small attraction, so just put that in that. Looks like a rook. Rookatucky taffy. I don't know what this is. Feels ceramic. Sounds ceramic. Put it in with boards. Yeah, I asked about the memory cards and stuff. Thumb drives. Because those are all those are is just small hard drives. That's got some good stuff in it. It should. See, now these ones don't stick. So by majority so far, Christmas bulbs have been copper. So, oh well, if a couple measurement of an amount that you can't, you know, I'm just talking. I'll get that another day. Stainless. No, that's one of my new tools right there. That little motor thing. Pretty much almost done. Try to splice that. There's these. Stainless. This is brass from one of those coils. It's all brass. Junk. Aluminum turtle. Don't drink anymore, so we don't use bottle openers. We're drinking like 6 years ago. Well, there's one. I mean, I went to a handful of AA meetings. I was like, no, that's enough of all that. There are other things going on the reasoning why, but nothing legal. Moved up here, and that was tit. Oh, he said tit. Heck yeah, I did. So that is going to be a brass tie clip. Made my mistake already with measuring tape. Took it apart. I could have just put all that in there, just like that. Little cheap circuit board. I mean, I think for the most part is what a button battery I need to test. Piece of circuit board. Some old memory cards. I'm very, very beyond certain that those are. They don't have anything on them. Another part to that coil. So you scrap a lot of. I mean, I don't know how far you microprocess down, but you scrap a lot of stuff, I suppose, to be this quick on your comments. That's plastic. That I'll just put in with that. That's. I mean, I don't think that's. I don't think it's steel. It has no attraction. And I don't think it's aluminum because it's got some. Just the look of it I think it's all brass besides this little bit of cord. I was thinking of that. It's just like a little insulator. Oh, okay. So yeah, you definitely have seen your fair share of intricacies. So I mean, I don't know the aluminum rate, but I'm gonna guess that's $5 grand in aluminum. What is aluminum? 50 cents a pound. So these I have to deal with another time. Some little mixed metals. Like this right here, I don't think a scrapyard would mind if you have this little coil. It's like that, like half the size of your pinky nail. That still has a little core in it. So that doesn't weigh anything. Well, it does, but your face doesn't weigh anything. Get over there. All right, so now any sort of metal that I see right here, I think learning scrapping, it's either you follow what other people do very exactly, and you know I shouldn't do that, or you just learn on your own. Like, huh? Yeah, I probably should have watched other people, or it's more like it's a learning experience. And it's a lot of it's just like real curiosity. It's like, what the fuck is even in here? Oh, but the more I take it apart, the more I learn about it, the more it's worth. Because now you've already pretty much separated most of the metals. It's gonna be a difference of 5 cents, but I'm paying myself to learn. Try doing that in America. All right, so it's what I don't want to ruin this right here. And get in there and I can get just a little cut started. I went for port companies. Oh. So are these? I'm not going to go too far into that. So, but you are privy on the current values of these metals and the point on why scrapping in general, but micro scrapping, may not be really worth it to some. You got a feeling what that one's going to be. There's got to be a lip right there. There is. So that keeps you familiar with why people do this. I mean, granted, this could be dirty brass all day. Actually, I think it's aluminum. So it's definitely even more not really. What the fuck? I wonder if it still has water in it. Also, at least a little safer. Not really. See, now I know that the next time when I end up with a hose like this, there we go. See, that's a process I just did. Know how to do it next time. Yeah, that's. Fortunately, that is an aluminum. That's way too light to be brass. Aluminum, 50 cents a pound. Brass, $2.50. I don't know what it is, but that was not worth the juice. Those are gold contacts right there. So are those gold fingerboards? If that's the case, then it really doesn't matter to split those open. Those are just going with those anyhow. I mean, I got a 64 megabyte. No, mid-grade or peripheral. All right. So I doubt that the time, where's that 64? Actually, a lot of the older computer stuff with the boards are a better quality gold. I mean, same still quality, but it's just a better. I think you get my point, but it's not by my. I don't know. You know, just yammering. I think that the older stuff was just built better. You're back. There we go. That's it. Gold board. So I'm not going to tear those apart because it's just going to take away from that added a little bit of weight. But there's that. There's one in there. These probably would be the same thing. All right. I'll just keep those like that. Put those in with the boards. Look at these. Not that one. There it is. Now that one will be easy to get through. So for the average person who ends up with a whole bunch of these headphone jack extensions and adapters and stuff, probably not worth it to do all that for the cost of dirty brass to regular brass for something that size. I don't know, but I don't think it really matters anyhow. Because there's some steel in that tip. Always fun, yeah. So I mean, that'll all just go in that and that anyhow. But now there's one at least clean, and then if something needs to be a dirty, it can be a dirty then. Hammer mill for air table. Hammer mill. Hammer mill, like they make the paper hammer mill. Plastic falls off. I probably moved way too far ahead on where I was focusing on getting this done. It's usually what like chat moderators are for. I mean, my channel's not big enough, but that's usually what because some people come in and start replying back, and moderators are the ones kind of have to pay attention. And so, like, oh no, this is what they were talking about. So I'm always tracking stuff, as in the machine that beats things. Oh, like the car crushers and the gear like these, something like that, but much bigger version. And I don't want to touch these because these are sharp. There's no paper shredder. I was like, put a car, put anything in those, like those cool channels. This is a so looking at this. It's just a board and some wires. Yeah, I think this one's gonna be the same. That's where I was just at. Oh, aluminum back. It breaks stuff. It pulverizes it. It seems like little switches and a USB drive. This little gold board. I showed that one earlier. This is the mouse one. I know you replied with something about the mouse, mid-grade or low-grade or something. Well, it's good to have right now, you see. I know it's not a high grade or a telecom or anything like that. If anything, it's a very, very low-end mid-grade. Not one of those things are... And I know you're allowed leeway on like... That's eBay. It sounds like somebody sent me a counter offer. I want to get this board out of here. And these pilots in there are not right. The holes. I'm running out of options. It's either that or just, I mean, it just gets tossed right back in the steel. I don't think that's it either. No, because that's a 3. That one's, no. So everything on there is steel except for that little bit of circuit board. Still got this. Oh, no, still got these, actually. The table vibrates. Oh, that thing. Kind of like that. A little. I mean, I watched the how it's made, and another one I watch quite a bit is History of Simple Things. These are YouTube channels. You figure that I don't know. So I'm not gonna. That'll be eventually just dirty brat. I mean, because that has steel in it. I'm not gonna waste my time on that one. Both these, I'll take your advice on that. There we go. Look, boom, boom, boom. It's one big old piece right there. Save that. This has just been. I mean, it's all steel besides a little bit of plastic, right? But that's a graded steel, I think. And then this bit of plastic here. Well, that's 2 pounds. Running out of stuff to do. Oh, that was going to go in there. That'll be... Can't get those off. I'm not going to bother anymore. I mean, I could. I don't know. I'm not. That's just going to be steel shred. I got this thing here. It's really small. There's already holes in this plastic, so you figure. Well, that's pretty beefy plastic. I've tried all these smallest ones. And where that's at, this is going to be a weak point right here. I can't get into that. I mean, it's some beefy plastic for what it is. Oh, there we go. Well, I can get some leverage that way. There we go. Perseverance. One finger wire right here. Well, that's where the USB was. Another gold ribbon cable there. There's still some chunk in there. Because there's wire connectors coming out right there. Oh, that is. These little heat sinks or what? All right, so what kind of cool board is this, you know? Well, here, let me see if I can possibly. Let me see if I can get it, flush off of this. I mean, these are just little pieces of board and plastic. It's going to be difficult to snap beyond the screw. Okay. Is that gold or is that copper? And then what is that? So this was a nest. This thing, a little security thing. And then another down here, this little gold finger board. So I always clean up a little after each little doodadery. Because now I can't find. I'll probably put it back in here. Yeah. And that's the whole fucking board right there too. Yeah, that's a tough plastic. Yeah. But it's now less than what it was. Mid-grade and copper on the backside. All right. What's up underneath this stuff? Just that, whatever that is. Somebody else would know more than me. So these are just little heatsink pockets. Convection. No, boards. No, I mean, boards can go in here too. Because then I'll just separate the boards that are in here, and then they'll go in the boards thing. I don't know. Sound like John Madden again. Most heat sinks are either copper or aluminum. Should be plated on the board or on the chips. Okay. Well, that makes. So that's a board right here too. I mean, it's not going to be much, whatever it is. If I can get into that, I can get into this. Well, you don't want to play nice, do you? This is all just like discovery for me. There's a bad angle for that. So that is a board. It's just going to go like that. What's this? Gold. Oh. Usually copper is the bond for the gold on the board. Makes sense. Make for a really expensive board. I mean, there's high-end military gear. I did a little bit of work on electronics way when ago. Built crossovers for higher-end audio equipment. You know, back in the day, I don't know. I mean, I mentioned some of the brands earlier, but I mean, it was mainly just speaker cabinets using like the Thiel small parameters and Linkwitz Riley, but it's just basically just capacitors, coils, and resistors, and just what octave roll off you needed, and I would solder the fucking board. Go get the part, solder it on the board, and did a little bit of like looking at some of the repairing some of that old solid state, and I want to say I quit. I mean, it was only like 19, 18. Well, I just ended up veering off somewhere else. But that guy gave me He paid me in some. I mean, I didn't do a whole lot, but anyhow, I ended up with a Marantz 4270 quadraphonic from him. I don't know what that all is, but it's all taken apart, little pieced. Less plastic, for them at least. So some electronics and principle and thought and all that, I'm somewhat privy to. But I didn't build boards or solder. I just put the coils on where it needed to be and looked at the schematic and put it on a PCB. And that's what I did to entertain a little bit of my time. I mean, granted, this is what I'm doing right here. Looking at this and figuring out I just don't want all the plastic. I don't want to be that guy. This is giving me something to do. Tomorrow's Sunday. There's still someone in chat, which is good, I guess. If not, I mean, I probably just been, I would have finished up and just some other time done another sorting and storing type. But I will be going live tomorrow for putting books and CDs and stuff away. So each of those sounds is a eBay sale. That's just kind of I don't know if you can hear that wind. Well, I just want to take apart, just take apart. I saw a lot of this in my short time working with electronics. It's a switch, and I'll just go with that. Another switch. Another toggle. That actually feels like I can get out of that. Oh, I still got this. All right, so that looks like a speaker. So that should just actually that whole cradle just like said, "Hey, I'm easy to move." Maybe not. I got too excited. So, I mean, it's gonna be steel anyhow, but it's like, come on. There it is. Not the best. A little bit of coated copper. But it's better than nada. Let me go. Piece of dirty steel. So how do I get to and from? All right, there is a USB connector. Well, there's all kinds of fucking screws down there. No wonder why. And that it's still heavy for what the heck it is. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. All you gotta do is get started. I mean, even one makes a whole. Get one out of there, it makes a whole system weak. Be serious. It's gonna be that one right there. And I'm just gonna do this. Battery. That's where that weight's coming from. Cycle that battery. Sticky copper. Well, it just wasn't pressed in there. There it goes. Well, that's a little more plastic off of it. You know what? That was fun. You're done. Those can just go on that mixed metal wire. Check those button batteries. Aluminum carabiner. Okay, that's good. And this thing's just as bad. That's the freaking power thing for that. Let's take those apart another time. I forget what I was even doing with those. Trash. What am I gonna smash up? That away. Also, stuff can stay like this. Sure, is that it though? Yeah, that's trash. Those batteries over there, not separated. Break the porcelain outside under a towel or wrapped up in a towel so I can get that brass out of there. At least try one. Comes out easily, cool. If not, then oh well. So that was that whole bin of junk of stuff. Gone through. A couple things kept, but that's got to be a motor. If I remember what it's from now. But if I take that steel off, but that is like a copper ring that it is around. And I think each of these is soldered on this ring. This is steel on like a brass or a copper ring. So, shred. I feel like it. Oh yeah. You will. Oh yeah. That you will. Oh well. These are like teeth ground into this. I mean, you figure for what this is because it was like the connector part for mixer. I mean, this is just for brass, right? I don't know why I'm. I don't know. You just break it. Ah. So dirty brass. And that one too. May as well. And if there's any little bits of metal here left over, I'm not worried about that. I got all the other stuff because that's not going to add up that stuff. I'm not going to spend my time doing that. All right, so you made it here. You're still here. Cool. Thanks. You subbed. Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you.